Okay, we're out here. So we get 4 silver pieces. Two golds. Interesting. Oh, I still have to wait. One more copy of Sucrose would be amazing. It's funny, we don't even have Razor. Or even Popsicle Boy. Oh, game sound. Whoops. So a lot of people have been... Actually, I should check it out for myself.
Add astro.
Oh... This is only specific to some characters. Well, technically speaking... So we have to self-damage ourselves. Or just accept the hits. You have got to be kidding me. I see. Okay. Oh, here's the new guy. And there's the new big one, too. Oh, my goodness sakes. Okay. The main way I could see this work... We need to... Shogun on the second half. And I need a fire-specific team on the first half. The thing with the fire-specific team, it needs to output a lot of damage. Okay. I'll do this another time.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
I really have not been working on my exploration. I should post on social media. I should be continuing the cutscenes. I don't know. I still have to get the new weapon too. This is available today. I forgot if I need... Let me check. So I'll get 27 of those. On top of 10. Could be decent amount. Hmm. I think I'll go do a boss first. Hmm. Actually, all right, I could do a bit of mining. Yeah, I suppose we could do that.
Stabilize.
Ooh. Okay, time to ask the local blacksmith to see where else I can mine. I know what other locations I can go to, but the deposits they would tell me would have extra crystals I can use. Oh, that's really interesting. Maybe it's like Asian store brands. But it's like, you go into the store and you're welcomed by custom music. It feels super welcoming. Of course, anybody who plays the Yakuza games would know this song. But it actually exists. There's an actual store. I says too much for the captions. I said too much. I think those are the deposits I know on this island. I know another location I've been missing out. Has everybody been sleeping well recently? I wish I have.
Even bedrock can be turned to dust.
Listen to the other languages now of that song. Okay, so I just need 20 more. There we go. I apologize if I'm not speaking so much. I feel like my nose is going to act up again. I did take medicine, but it's not immediate. Where do you... Oh, over here.
Solidify.
Oh, I am so close to 100. Where else do I check this time? Apparently there's also an English version for Singapore. Let me see if I could find it again. Oh, found it.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Stabilize.
Six more. Where do I find six more? That's funny. The what I heard a version in Hong Kong where it's like the Cantonese version. One thing I really am surprised about in the covers is that like they keep on saying donkey, but they don't They don't completely say Don Quixote. Huh. Because like that's what the what's it? That's what the store name is originally based off of. I think it's this version. Let me just give it a listen. Yeah, it's this one. Where? I'll just go to another deposit I know. It's super short. Alright, with that song aside, let me actually, like, play a song that's really slapped my ears recently.
Gather. Solidify.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, that's really slapped around recently. Yeah, this guy's flying places, literally. Wait, somebody did a 1-hour loop. How long can I listen to this before my ears go sore? Okay. Okay. I can max refine this thing. Drop. Seinfeld plot. Let's see.
Hi, how are you?
You lose 3 energy but regenerate 2 for the next. You lose 3 energy but you get basically 12 back. I don't think I'm crafting anything else anyways. Okay. I should schedule myself to grab a salad next.
Add as
Okay, let me see if I can find somebody to help me for a bit. (27 minus 18 divide by 3). Okay, that still work. Actually, I have an idea for when I go AFK for a bit. And it's going to be a test. For whoever needs to look through my footage.
Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Come on, let's get a move on. Why do so many people make such a big deal out of seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there?
So after we do our runs to this place, I'll go ahead and start the cutscene. After I grab a salad. This could work.
Think you can get away? Let's play!
Worthless.
Time for takeoff. Fugley, you're up! Brace yourself.
Oh, we might be able to use this.
Wouldn't gliding be faster? Go away! Teamwork is evil conquering. Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Here!
Let's play. Wouldn't gliding be faster?
And once again, I don't really have any good anything.
Time for takeoff. Here we go. Go in! Stay put!
Disappear!
Brace yourself.
Worthless!
Wouldn't gliding be faster? Think you can get away? Don't get him, Vtuber! Don't be scared! Teamwork is strength!
Boring!
Okay. Those runs are done.
Stay put!
Plot. Ah. A minute. Hidden. Okay, this is a 1 hour extension loop. It's been 14 minutes so far, and this song is still popping.
This realm is...
Huh.
If you ever...
I'll have to come back to my house later. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna try something. It's something that I also did on the another game that I live streamed. Still short. Life like a Seinfeld plot. Oh, that's cool. That's still tiny. I like the frame of this one. Okay, let's see how they will react. I want to see how they will react when I do this. Okay. I actually need to refill my water bottle anyway, so at the same time, I'm going to go grab a salad, and then what I'm going to do here is something that I did before on a different game. And this is just a test, because I don't know if they want to... I don't know if this will count or not. Alright, in any case, I will go and fill my water bottle and be right back.
This episode is sponsored by Cash App. When your personal finances connect you to your funds and the things that matter, that's money, and that's Cash App. You know what else is money? Citrus splash protection, getting to feel like an archaeologist at work, and cinnamon stick chimneys. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting.
I pronounce this batch delicious.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at Jack Horner's plum pies from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Now, stone fruit is in season in the summer, which makes plum pies an excellent use for underripe or underdelicious plums that are not yet in season. But first things first, we gotta make pie dough. For a double crust, we're combining 375 grams of all-purpose flour, plus 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt in a relatively medium bowl. Toss it around a little bit to make sure that the salt is evenly distributed. Then we're adding 275 grams or 2.5 sticks of refrigerator cold unsalted butter. Now, for every pie episode of this show, I've put to work a shredder, machine, or gadget of some sort, but I wanted to see how much harder it was to just break up the butter between your fingertips. And as it turns out, it was really easy to just rub and crush the butter into, let's call them larger than average blueberry-sized pieces. Then the only thing that's left to do is to hydrate the dough. Now, you want to keep everything as cold as possible to maintain a state of matter separation between your butter and your flour. So I'm starting by adding a 1/4 cup of ice water, mixing everything together, and then continuing one roughly tablespoon size splash at a time until the dough just barely starts to hold itself together. Then we're turning it out onto a work surface and gently kneading until all the flour is hydrated and the dough stops being so crumbly all the time. Then, this being a double pie crust, we must now subdivide it into 2 equally sized pieces, patting each piece into a big old puck, wrapping in plastic wrap and refrigerating for at least an hour, or up to 3 days, during which time we can make our plum filling. Now, as it turns out, plums can be deceiving, and once you've run your knife pole to pole around its pit and twisted it open like a purple-red avocado, you may discover that it's the wrong color. Because, silly me, I forgot that not all plums are cartoon purple throughout. For that, we're going to need some of the more fantastically named plum varieties. Dapple dandies, elephant hearts, or these guys, dinosaur egg plums, which once cracked open weren't exactly the violent shade of violet that I was hoping for, but they're the best I'm going to do this time of year. So we're splitting and pitting 3 pounds or 1.4 kilograms, cutting each half into 3 or 4 apple slice-like slices, which we're going to dump into a wide, high-walled saute pan, which is then headed for the stovetop, where we're going to place it over medium-low heat, adding 145 grams of light brown sugar, the juice of 1 small orange, less the amount that squirts all over your person, and a present but restrained pinch of kosher salt. Then we're bringing this guy up to a simmer and maintaining over low heat for 10 to 12 minutes until the plums are soft and tender and becoming more liquid than plum. As such, much like blueberry pie, our filling needs to be thickened. So, stage right, we're combining a 1/4 cup of cornstarch with 6 tablespoons of water, tiny whisking into a slurry, pouring over our plums and stirring immediately to make sure that things don't clump up. Continuing to cook for another 1 to 3 minutes or until nice and super duper thick. Giving a taste for seasoning, mine was pretty tart, so I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of plain old sugar, give it another taste, make sure it's got enough salt, and allow to cool completely to room temperature at least 2 hours. Now it's time to generously flour our worktop and get ready to start rolling out some dough, starting with whichever piece is slightly bigger for the bottom shell. First, I'm going to generously flour it on both sides and then start to press it out, sort of like croissant or puff pastry, which should help prevent the edges from cracking as we roll it out to an even thickness of 1/6 of an inch or about 1/2 centimeter. Then we're going to give both sides a well and good brushing off, gently pick up the round and drape it over our intended pie plate. And then you want to sort of lift and drop the dough down into the corners of the plate, not press or stretch, which can cause problems later on in the oven. Once it's evenly all up in there, we're going to wrap in plastic wrap and refrigerate until ready to use, or at least an hour. Next, rinse and repeat the rollout process with the top crust. It can be a little thicker, but you want it to be wide enough to generously cover the pie. And to prevent making a mess, I'm going to pre-cut the X-shaped vent in the center of the round. Fill up the bottom crust with our electric-colored, fully cooled plum filling, and then I discovered that pre-cutting the vent almost caused the top layer to rip, prompting me to deliver it by virtue of a pizza peel, which by proxy makes this a pizza pie. Sorry, I had to, and you know it. Once we've slid the lid on there, trying to keep the vent dead in the center, that's when we're going to remember that we forgot to brush the excess flour from our adjoining pie surfaces. So now's a good time to lift the lip and give it a brush to make sure that this guy doesn't explode in the oven. Next, Next up, we're trimming off the excess to the edge of the pie plate, reserving the scraps to toss in butter and cinnamon sugar, and baked as a delicious treat all their own. Then as one final safeguard, we're going to work our way around the perimeter of the pie, pinching, almost smearing shut, which will hopefully stop the crust from springing any leaks. Then it's time to crimp so that our pie has that signature cartoon pie shape. Basically just press one finger in between two other fingers, and that's really all there is to it. You can also pinch the edges to give the pie a more star-like look than wavy. Now this guy's headed back into the fridge one more time before going into the oven. Then after a final 20-minute chill, we're brushing it down with a mixture of 1 egg yolk, tiny whisked together with a tablespoon of heavy cream. Brush down every single square inch, leave no patch of pie unpainted. Place the pie on a large rimmed baking sheet to catch any potential drips, and then we're going to very carefully open the flaps of the vent so that we can insert a pie chimney in the form of a cinnamon stick. This is going to give bubbling steam a means by which to escape the crust, which will hopefully prevent any dreaded crust-ruining pie overflow, something that most of my pies have. This guy's headed directly onto a preheated pizza stone in a 400-degree Fahrenheit oven, where it's going to bake with the occasional rotation for 45 to 55 minutes until the crust is deeply golden brown. Now, I sprung some leaks on the side, but it appears as though the pie chimney did its job, keeping gummy fruit pools from forming on my hard-won pie crust. Now, once this guy is cooled completely, at least 4 hours on the tray or 3 on a windowsill, it's time to test it like little Jack Dorsey, mercilessly thumbing the center of the pie in what would be a very unsanitary taste testing measure in a commercial pie making environment. And the filling tasted great before, tastes great now. I'm not sure what lesson was to be learned from that nursery rhyme. Maybe cut yourself a slice and eat your pie like an adult, Jack. Now, as you can see, the filling was still pretty runny and I didn't cut through it very well, so I lost some. If your pie ends up too runny, you can always fridge it and serve once chilled. And I gotta say, this was a pretty top-notch pie. All my past pie dough tricks might save you 5 minutes, but by hand seems like the way to go. The bottom of the crust was crispy in spite of the wet filling, and the top and edges were a veritable catacomb of buttery layers. Maybe use a little bit more cornstarch next time, but apart from that, I pronounce this batch delicious. Maybe just don't shove your thumb in it. Thanks again to Cash App. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting. This episode is sponsored by Cash App. When your personal finance connects you to your funds and the stuff that matters, that's money and that's Cash App. You know what else is money? Post-apocalyptic plating, unexpectedly cooking with fire, and mushrooms that aren't trying to kill you. That's money and that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting.
What the f? Everything tastes good when you're starving.
A man who knows to pair rabbit with a Beaujolais.
I know I don't seem like the type.
No, you do.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at Bill's rabbit from The Last of Us. Maybe the best looking plating in all of zombie media history. Now I realize that cooking with fungus in this context might be borderline upsetting, but one of Bill's 3 preparations did look like it was stuffed with a duxelle or mushroom pate. Speaking of upsetting, first we have to butcher a rabbit, so if you have any affinity for one of God's more cuddly edibles, you might want to skip to the 2-minute and 30-second mark. First we have to remove the legs and arms, so we're sneaking a knife between the joints, breaking them open and cutting between them to separate. This tougher, stringier meat is going to get the confit treatment, a method of slow cooking and fat that tenderizes, flavorizes, and preserves. So once we've got all 4 limbs graphically removed, we separate the loins from the rack, which means breaking and separating the
I should put in like a message saying that like, oh, we are currently watching the first ever television set of Tevat. But in the meantime, while we are watching some Babish, actually let me switch my...
But basically we're making very careful, shallow cuts around the spine to remove it from the roast. Then perhaps
I'm still kind of in BRB status, it's just that the rest of my food is not heated up yet.
Scraping the sinew off the bottom of each toothpick-sized bone so that each one can be popped out and freed down to the cut point that we made earlier.
So captions are down right now because we are currently taking a quick breather.
French rib roast. And so concludes our ambiguous course on miniature butchery. Now we can start preparing these various cuts for further preparation. The ribs appear to be plainly roasted, so I'm just going to hit them with a little bit of salt and pepper and let them sit in the fridge.
I did get more water. We are here with more hydration.
As I mentioned before, the legs and hindquarters are going to get confit. So into a heavy Dutch oven they go, along with a couple sprigs of rosemary and a couple sprigs of thyme, or the survivalist grown herbs of your choice, 3 whole peeled garlic cloves, a tablespoon of whole peppercorns, and 2 bay leaves. Now normally we'd want to confit in some kind of animal fat like duck fat, and while I'm sure Bill renders his own venison fat or whatever, that's a bridge too far for me, so I'm going with extra virgin olive oil, making sure the rabbit parts are entirely submerged and placed
Oh,
in
that still works.
25-degree Fahrenheit oven for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours until the rabbit is completely tender. Now, so long as it's completely covered, it should last in the fridge for a few weeks. Just let it cool to room temperature before refrigerating. Next up, we're taking revenge on that aforementioned fungi, finely chopping about half a pound of hen of the woods mushroom.
Hey.
Almost a paste. Also finely chopping 2 smashed cloves of garlic, a tablespoon of picked fresh thyme leaves, and half a small shallot. Then over on the stovetop, we're going to turn this into the stuffing for our rabbit saddle. First, sauteing the shallot for 2 to 3 minutes. Normally, I would saute the mushrooms first, but there's not much moisture that needs to cook out of hen of the woods mushrooms. So once the shallots are softened, we're going to add the mushrooms and cook for an additional 2 to 3 minutes until everybody's nicely browned. Add the garlic and thyme.
That looks very fragrant.
Seconds or until fragrant. And since Bill clearly knows how to properly
I called it.
store, we're going to deglaze with 2 tablespoons of dry sherry, cooking for another minute or so until all the liquid is evaporated. Set aside and allow to cool completely before stuffing our saddle. First, we're going to pack the space between the 2 loins with our duxelle mixture, gently fold it closed like a meaty cigar, cut off all but about ½ inch of the flat meat, which we're going to fold over on itself to secure the log shut. Then using toothpicks or butcher's twine, we're going to seal the seam shut, placing ties at ½ inch intervals. Now likewise, this guy can hang out in the fridge uncovered while we mise our last bit of plasse. There was what looked like a carrot puree smeared around the outside of the plate. So for that, I'm going to roast a whole head of garlic that I've cut the top off of, drizzled with olive oil, sprinkled with salt and pepper, wrapped up tightly in aluminum foil, and roasted at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 40 minutes, at which point your kitchen will smell awesome and the garlic cloves will look roasty toasty. Set that aside, rip the tops off of 4
Oh, you really need to
greens for stock or
practice learning,
chop and chunk-sized shapes.
practice roasting garlic properly.
Neutral flavored oil like vegetable or canola, sprinkle with kosher salt, and retrieve a baking sheet from a preheated 400 degree Fahrenheit oven. Dropping the carrots directly onto the hot pan to get a head start on caramelization and browning. Go ahead and roast these guys for 20-25 minutes, giving them a shake halfway until they're nicely browned and tender throughout. Then dump them into an awaiting blender along with a teaspoon of white vinegar and 1 tablespoon of brown sugar before pureeing on high speed. Then while the blender's running, we're going to slowly drizzle in 2 tablespoons of olive oil and anywhere from a ½ to a full cup of chicken stock, just enough so that the carrots can blend to a state of spreadable smoothness. Just make sure it doesn't end up too thin. Oop, I almost forgot our whole head of roasted garlic, which you can squeeze directly in there. And upon tasting, I decided to add a little bit more sweetness, this time in the form of a tablespoon of maple syrup. Once completely
More
sweetened,
sweetness?
cruel, but thematically
It's not
perfect
sweet enough.
puree for our rabbit. There also appeared to be a light salad
Really?
on the plate, so I'm making a simple French vinaigrette, ½ a small minced shallot, 2 tablespoons of olive
I'm
oil,
surprised.
1 tablespoon red wine vinegar, 1 teaspoon Dijon mustard, a pinch of kosher salt, a few twists of freshly ground black pepper, aggressively tiny whisk to a state of emulsion. Now it's time to finally start cooking stuff, so I'm going to remove the confit rabbit legs.
If there was eggs, it would be a mayonnaise.
Green beans for about 3 minutes. Just enough time to cook them crisp and brighten their color. Then I'm going to scoop them out and cool them off completely under running water. Now, in stages, depending on their thickness, I'm going to sear the confit rabbit legs, the stuffed saddle, and the miniature rib roasts. Super high heat, so they just get a little bit of color.
Stuffed saddle, interesting.
In the oven. It's a bit of a balancing act because you want all these tiny pieces to reach but not exceed 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Once the rabbit pieces have some good browning and you're finishing them off in the oven in stages, we can generously re-oil our pan and add the par-cooked green beans and what look like some tri-colored cherry tomatoes for a quick char, hopefully with a little bit of fire for added coolness. This should
Ooh, I like that color.
nice dark char marks on the
Yes.
vegetables. Set those aside, and with that, it's time to plate. First, we're lightly dressing our salad of field greens. Make sure you always dress last, right before serving, otherwise the greens will
Dress last.
Retrieve the rabbit pieces from the hot box, and then on a large plate, we're laying down a big chefy smear.
Well, that color doesn't look too bad.
Just because the world's ended doesn't mean that we have to lose our sense of showmanship. Flank that with our light salad, which is going to go very nicely with our confit rabbit leg.
I have salad with me right now.
Tiny little rabbit rib roast. If you can't tell, I find it extremely then cutting a medallion of our duxelle stuffed rabbit saddle, leaning that precarious
Color of the meat doesn't look that bad.
our seared green beans and tri-color tomatoes, finishing with extra salt, pepper, and olive oil. If you can
Looks
spare
so
the resources.
bougie.
Have it Bill's post-apocalyptic rabbit 3 ways. But has it taste? And the answer was surprising. Rabbit can have an extremely funky, gamey smell when it's raw, but once cooked up, it's almost more akin to dark meat chicken. So the rib roast was cute, if a little bland.
Oh, that's
Saddle,
interesting.
especially when
I never had
dipped in
rabbit
was
before.
really delicious, as you can see by by my surprise little fork movement, but the clear winner here was the confit. It was tender, moist, crisp, and imbued with flavor from the garlicky, herby oil, which, just like duck confit, paired excellently with the bitter salad. And the green beans and tomatoes were green beans and tomatoes.
There's some
but
meat that are just weird when doing confit.
Rabbit Beaujolais. This is the same bottle as depicted in the scene, which is
Some
perfectly good,
from
especially
produce
at
and
this
meat that can
point, and
be
because
funny
wine had
after
stopped being made
confit.
4 years prior. I was only a little disappointed because in a previous scene we saw my man lifting a case of Camus. But overall, this is a light, elegant, romantic little lunch, especially given the world in which it takes place. I'm normally not even that big a fan of rabbit, but I decided to induct this guy into the Clean Plate Club by making it my dinner. Thanks again to Cash App. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today.
Totally not
Cash App
sponsored.
to 80 million and counting.
Would be great if... Well, that's a goal we will have in the far future. I'm certain of it. Oh yeah, so apparently, while on the topic about food, as I was preparing my salad, I realized it probably wasn't enough, so I heated up some leftover French fries. No, potato wedges. So I guess this is an entirely vegetarian lunch. And then I also realized my salad has 2 pieces of raw apple and a piece of tomato. Now the tomato I am fine to eat, but the apple I get my throat gets irritated. It's one of those pieces of produce that I cannot eat raw because a specific protein in them is what irritates my body. I don't know if it's an allergen or not. I think it's highly possible. And so cooking will end up would kill that protein, making the produce safe for me to eat. Anyways.
This episode is sponsored by HelloFresh. I know it's not always possible to head to the store and make a dish from scratch, and that's where HelloFresh
Yes.
comes in. HelloFresh now has 40 weekly
Meal
recipes
delivery
to choose
kits.
from, so you can stop rotating
A lot of the
recipes
recipes are tasty,
and try
actually.
something new every time. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code BABISH65 for 65% off plus free shipping.
Is that pancetta or is that guanciale? I think that's pancetta. This is probably pancetta. I have a gut feeling about that because unless that's like one of the biggest pieces of guanciale that I haven't seen. It could also be possible. So what I'm talking about is like salted cured pork with fat on it. That Italians would primarily use for the real carbonara. I don't really know the average size and of the pig cheek. So guanciale is salted cured pig cheek. And I think that ingredient is more difficult to come by than pancetta. Which is, I think, the next best thing, I would say, when it comes to using a specific Italian pork product.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at the spaghetti alla amatriciana from Eat, Pray, Love, the basic ingredients of which you can see laid here before me. Now we're going to make 3 different versions of amatriciana, starting with the most traditional. For this, we're going to need 4 ounces of guanciale, an Italian...
It is guanciale. It is
which
pig
once we
cheek.
slice off the herb-crusted exterior, we're going to cut into lardon, or what I like to think of as very, very thick matchsticks. This will hopefully make the meat easier to eat with the spaghetti.
You guys catch that while I go ahead and check on my potato wedges.
And locating 1 fresh red chili. This is a Fresno chili, which is decidedly not Italian, but it will do. Now over on the stovetop, we've got a 2-pot configuration to make our pasta. First, in a large cold saute pan, we're starting to cook the guanciale over medium-low heat. This stuff has a lot of fat that needs to render out first, otherwise it'll be chewy. So if it's browning too quickly, don't be afraid to add a splash of water to help things along. After about 10 minutes, once tender and beginning to turn crisp, we're adding 8 ounces of high-quality tomato puree. And that's pretty much all that's in this very, very simple sauce that's going to cook for 10 minutes, except for that chili, forgot the chili. And since our high quality bronze dye dried pasta takes about 10 minutes to cook, this is also the point at which we can add 8 ounces of spaghetti to a nearby shallow pot of boiling salted water, cooking it about 1 minute shy of its intended doneness before adding it to the pan, where it's going to finish cooking in the sauce. For that reason, it's very important to add a large splash of pasta cooking water, about half a cup, plus more as needed, both to finish cooking the pasta and help the sauce emulsify. Once it's cooked to our desired degree of doneness, we're going to season to taste with freshly ground black pepper, and hold off on the salt, because first we're going to kill the heat and add the cheese, mixing with great rigor and adding splashes of pasta water as necessary until the sauce lightens in color and becomes almost creamy. If you got hunks of unmelted cheese, don't worry about it. Just place the pan directly over the simmering water and use the residual heat to take it the rest of the way. Now you can season to taste with kosher salt, and once you've fished out the spicy pepper, this guy's ready to pile into a shallow bowl, twist it into nests using a carving fork for food styling purposes, garnish with extra cheese, a little sprinkle of salt, and some pepper, why not? And there you have it, traditional amatriciana. I really hope I don't get in trouble for saying that. Now the newest addition to our staff, an associate producer named Nico, has professed this to be his very favorite pasta dish, so I wanted to get his take. He's not here to record voiceover at the moment, but he told me that it was really good but not spicy enough. So let's see if we can make it gooder and spicier. First thing we gotta do, as you might have guessed, is make our own pasta. I'm starting with 10 to 12 ounces of semolina flour, dumping that onto the table and forming it into a very wide volcano, into which I'm going to deposit 6 ounces of beaten eggs, using a fork to start beating together the eggs and the flour, trying to keep the walls from tumbling down until I can incorporate as much of the flour into the eggs as possible. But at a certain point, you're going to have to abandon the way of the fork in favor of the bench scraper, and beginning to knead once all the flour is hydrated. Now I said 10 to 12 ounces of flour, but you might want to start with 10, because if the dough ends up too wet like mine did, it's much easier to add flour than it is to add moisture during its 5 to 7 minutes of kneading by hand. Once the dough springs back with enthusiasm when poked, we can wrap it in plastic wrap and let it rest for 20 minutes before beginning to roll out. Now I have a tendency to under-knead my dough because kneading is hard, so if your dough is feeling a little too crumbly or rough around the edges, you can strengthen its gluten network by laminating it, folding it over on itself like a pamphlet and re-rolling until it becomes smooth and somewhat elastic. Bear in mind, with semolina dough it might be rough around the edges no matter how much you do this, so maybe only do this like 3 times max before rolling it out to spaghetti thickness and passing it through your cutter. Now under-kneaded pasta dough is perfect for the extruder, the ultimate I really care about homemade pasta accessory. The hopper in a pasta extruder beats the hell out of little pieces of dough that you throw in there, so fully kneaded dough can come out soft and sticky, but slightly under-kneaded dough comes out just right. Activate spaghetti guillotine and thoroughly coat every strand in extra semolina flour. You can't overdo this, and doing it extra thoroughly ensures that your little nests of pasta won't stick together. You can cover and refrigerate these guys for up to 24 hours. Any longer and the pasta is going to start to discolor and become gross. Now for the sauce. In the movie you could see whole chunks of fresh tomato, so I got 4 large on-the-vine tomatoes, into the bottoms of which I'm going to cut a
I have made it back with my
before
wedges.
dropping carefully into some boiling water for about 15 seconds. I said carefully, Andy, don't embarrass me. Once the shallow cuts begin to split wide open, we're going to plunge these guys directly into an ice bath, which is going to make their skins very easy to peel off, but leave their interiors uncooked. Once relieved of their skin, we're going to quarter and seed these suckers, hanging on to all those interior seeds and juices, and then chopping the tomatoes into a medium rough dice.
Oh yeah, my tomato is now roasted too, so that's going to taste a lot better. Also, I threw in my apples with the potato wedges, and they got like a lovely toasted color to them too.
Which looked like it was visible on the plate in the movie. Last up for the spice factor, I've got some Calabrian chilies here. These things are having a moment right now, and I'm very grateful for it because they taste really
All right, you guys
good.
can hear
Once
the salad.
ready to get started. Same procedure for the guanciale, but once all the fat is rendered out and it's nice and brown, I'm scooping out the pork, draining it in some paper towels, and then in the resultant fat, sauteing my small half a chopped onion. About 3 minutes until it starts taking on some color and softening. Then I'm adding my chopped Calabrian chili, letting that saute for about 30 seconds, taking off the heat if necessary because guanciale fat smokes pretty easy, and then deglazing the pan with 2 ounces of white wine and another, dare I say, daring departure from the original recipe. Once that's almost entirely cooked off, I'm adding 1 cup of our chopped tomatoes and their juices, along with an additional 6 ounces of tomato puree. Cooking this guy once again for about 10 minutes, but adding our fresh pasta to the water right at the end because it only takes about 2 minutes to cook. Cook your spaghetti to a state of al dente before adding straight to the sauce, along with some pasta cooking water. I don't know why I'm still using the slotted spoon. At this point I'm committed to it. Tossing and cooking together minimally so as to not overcook the spaghetti. Then I'm going to finish this guy with a good glug of high quality Italian olive
Always
oil,
throw in
along with the
and
rest of the
save
Romano.
some
Mix
pasta
also
water.
goes into the sauce off heat,
It's always
and
gonna
then
come in
strain
clutch
pile
for
proudly onto
the
plate
spaghetti
with that
sauce or the
garlic
pasta
and
sauce.
carving
Whoa.
noodles once again. And just like in the movie, garnish with a big ol' sprig of basil.
That's a huge
There you have
serving.
non-traditional, from scratch, and I hope movie accurate pasta alla amatriciana. If I didn't pronounce that right, I swear it's because I have a cold. Now, I might be biased, but this stuff has a deeper, more complex flavor, and to Nico's delight, it is significantly but not overwhelmingly spicy. And even though he tried to abscond with the bowl of pasta, his boss was there to lend a helping hand. Now, just in case you're watching this at 5 p.m. and Valentine's Day dinner is like now, I want to try making a quick and easy one-pot amatriciana. We're starting with 4 ounces of some of that cubed pancetta that you see in the hot dog section of the grocery store, and sauteing for 4 to 6 minutes until it's beginning to crisp and brown. Then we're adding an 8-ounce can of crushed tomatoes, making sure to scrape up any good stuff that's on the bottom of the pot, adding a half teaspoon of crushed red chili flakes, and letting this guy cook for about 10 minutes until the liquid has reduced and the sauce is starting to look a little dry. Then we're adding 12 ounces of water because that's roughly how much is absorbed by a half pound of pasta. Immediately start to stir and shake it up so that it doesn't stick together. Cover and simmer over low heat, stirring frequently for a few minutes longer than the manufacturer's specified cooking directions, adding water a quarter cup at a time if things start getting too dry. Then once the pasta is cooked al dente or to your preference, it's time to finish it same way as before. Add the 1.5 ounces of grated pecorino romano cheese and another quarter cup of hot water if things start to get too gluey. And there you have it, one pot spaghetti alla amatriciana. The stuff only uses a few simple key ingredients. It's on the table in less than 30 minutes, and it still tastes really awesome. You could mix and match almost any aspect of these 3 recipes to suit your taste or time frame, and rediscover what you love about you without having to tour the Italian countryside. And even this quick, easy, non-traditional version got the Nico and Kendall seals of approval. We've already eaten a lot of pasta today, but somehow this guy still ended up in the Clean Plate Club. Thanks again to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's episode. HelloFresh's pre-portioned ingredients and recipe cards mean you get a home-cooked dinner on the table quickly and easily. You can even customize select meals by swapping proteins or sides and choose the delivery dates that work for you. They have options for Carb Smart, vegetarian, family-friendly, and more. There's something for everyone. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code BABISH65 for 65% off plus free shipping. The link is in the video description.
Hold on. That's what I love about meal kits. That's they portion your ingredients for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. And they can also go out of their way to give you ingredients you normally don't work with, so you could try something new. Like in one of the recipes I made when I had a meal kit in college, we had like demi-glace sauce, and those things take a long time to make. So it's definitely worth getting them store-bought. But it does add another depth of flavor, like a level of umami. But I think it's primarily best when you're using the sauce for something that with like a rich piece of protein. I don't know if it works for seafood, but it's worked pretty well for regular meat. Pork, chicken, beef. I haven't tested it with seafood yet, but I need to get like more packets of the sauce to test out on seafood. It might be a little bit too sharp for seafood. The only way I could think of it is throwing the demi-glace sauce into like seafood gumbo or something. Jambalaya or whatever we want to do with them.
This episode is sponsored by Cash App. When your personal finances connect you to your funds and the things that matter, that's money, and that's Cash App. You know what else is money? Harnessing the power of wind in the kitchen, getting to have chocolate for breakfast, and tiny offset spatulas. That's money, and that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting.
Could we interest you in some chocolate?
Chocolate? Did you say chocolate?
Yes, sir. With or without nuts.
Chocolate? Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
Hey, what's up guys? guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where last week we hit 10 million subscribers. So on Monday, we tried to come up with the craziest way we could imagine to celebrate, and I knew immediately we had to take a crack at chocolate from SpongeBob. And, oh, how do you like that? There's some chocolate right here. Never mind, easiest episode ever. Anyway, thank you guys for subscribing, and I hope you have a great day, and obviously...
Oh, it's not it.
Of course, we are going to make some chocolate entirely from scratch, which is going to require...
Wow,
some
from
ingredients
scratch.
you can't really get at your local grocery. So if you guys will follow me on a quick field trip, we'll run out and get the stuff that we need to make our own chocolate, which might take us a bit farther afield than usual.
Chocolate? Chocolate? Chocolate!
So cinematic. I like it.
Alright, that was dramatic, but we dragged the fancy camera all the way here, and by God, we're going to use it. We've got one day in Ecuador, and we're spending it here, at Hacienda Cacao Mango, a cacao farm nestled in the mountains about an hour away from the city of Guayaquil. Our guide, Jamil, who's also an owner, provided us with a tour of the farm, and showed me how cacao is grown and harvested there. The cacao fruit grows from these little flowers on the trees, and the 0.01% of them that get pollinated grow to this size in about 4 months. The ripeness of the fruit is judged by its color, which Jamil explained, and then let me try harvesting one for myself.
As you can see, there is just purple cacaos, but we need to find red cacao right now.
Red.
So when the cacao is ripe, it's ready for collect or harvest. So if you see a red cacao, please tell me because it's a nice. Yeah, great. Now say you can do it. Do it and twist in one direction, okay?
Ooh, he's a twisty. He's a twisty one.
Oh, great.
All right.
Hit the pot in this part. Just not too hard, not too light. Just okay. Just 1, 2, 3. Yep. Almost ready. Yep. Done. Yeah. Great. Here we go. Pull it.
Oh man.
Fresh cacao. The fresh cacao. The idea to try is just put in your mouth.
Don't bite it, huh? Don't bite it. Just put it on your mouth.
Suck it and don't bite.
When you finish, spit it out.
Oh, it's delicious.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Oh man, it's delicious. Here, you gotta try this.
Very tasty. Very
Open wide. Once I got my fill of fresh cacao fruit, it was time to check out the next stage in the chocolate making process, fermentation, which we skipped over because Jamil didn't have any fermenting at the time.
Some stock. I mean, we're gonna go see the fermenters.
After 6 to 10 days, the beans turn a reddish brown and then are dried, after which they're ready to be turned into chocolate. This is what I'll be using to make modern chocolate at home, but Jamil wanted to show me the traditional way that chocolate was prepared. The fermented beans are roasted in a clay pot for a few minutes until you hear popcorn sounds, which is the sound of the husks cracking, indicating that they're ready to peel.
So the idea in the roasting process is try to peel the shell.
With the peels removed, we then run the beans through a manual grinder.
I wonder if those shells, if there's like, because like the way they like broke the shell apart, it kind of looks like they're cracking open like peanut shells. It makes you wonder if like if peanut shell hacks, like nut shell hacks, can work with these.
With the peels removed, we then run the beans through a manual grinder and shape the ground beans lovingly. Then we're back on the stove where we warm some water, to which we're going to add our 100% cacao, raw sugar cane, some chili pepper, lemongrass, and clove leaf. Once everything is brought to a simmer, it's ready to enjoy.
Ah, perfect.
Arriba, abajo, centro.
But now it's it's time to head back to New York and make our bar of chocolate. So we thanked our gracious hosts and were on our way with fresh cacao fruit in tow, only to leave it at the hotel after realizing we wouldn't make it through customs. So I'm going to use these backup beans that I bought online. They might not be exactly the same, but for all intents and purposes, they're right where we left off at the farm. So we're going to start by roasting these guys, spreading them out evenly in a single layer on 2 rim baking sheets, roasting in a 250-degree Fahrenheit oven for 25 to 45 minutes, shaking and rotating halfway through. Shorter roasting times will apparently yield a fruitier chocolate, and longer roasting times yielding a nuttier chocolate. So we went for about 30 minutes to strike a good balance between fruity and nutty. Let these guys cool completely, and then it's time to peel, in a process known as winnowing. Now, not all cacao beans are as easy to peel as the ones we saw out in Ecuador. The shells were holding on for dear life, and the beans were a little bit more brittle, so before I could get the skins off, they were breaking down into nibs, which I then had to separate by hand, so eventually I turned, as I so often do, to a hammer, resigning myself to hand sorting through a kilo of nibs and shells, which I was determined to do for about 5 minutes. Luckily, we came across a technique that involves making wind in the kitchen, starting off by thoroughly smashing up a handful of beans, making sure that no shells were sticking to their nib counterparts, and then slowly, carefully sprinkling them down in front of a running fan. Thanks to the husk's lighter weight and less aerodynamic form factor, should get pushed out of the nib stream as they cascade down into a bowl. Now, this is obviously not a perfect system. It makes a dusty, husky mess of anything that's in front of the fan, and definitely does not catch all the skins, requiring at least a dozen passes to get rid of what looked like about 90% of the husks. The cool part is that it was surprisingly effective at not sacrificing nibs, as the
But also, that must have taken a lot of time out of your day. I kid you not, that must have taken a lot of time out of you.
pile accumulating to the left of the fan contained virtually only husks. That being said, some manual removal was definitely necessary, which Kendall and Nico were very kind to help me with. Otherwise, it would have taken me much longer than an hour and a half to sort through this kilo of nibs. But there you have it, the building blocks of chocolate, which must now be crushed into a liquid called chocolate liquor. No, not chocolate liqueur, which is alcoholic, while chocolate liquor is an ultra-smooth paste of cocoa solids and cocoa butter. Before we break out the heavy stuff, we're going to preemptively process the nibs in batches for about 1 minute each, until they're just starting to release their fats and take on a consistency like wet sand. Rinse and repeat with the remaining nibs, and then it's time to bust out the concher. This home appliance version of the traditional process, where 2 rough stone wheels are kept immobile in the center of a rotating drum, the bottom of which is made from the same stone. This has the effect of both grinding and warming the chocolate, deepening the flavors and making it impossibly smooth. We're going to start by gently warming the drum of the concher itself, using a torch on a very low setting and a laser thermometer. Then we're going to add the pre-ground nibs and set this thing to maximum grind, which is its only setting, just like me. Oh, wait, no, that didn't work. Both the joke and the concher, which, due to the still rough
Oh,
texture
yeah,
of the
I just realized what he said.
used to turn, just like me. That worked even less. Now, you're supposed to let this grind for an hour on its own before adding any cocoa butter, but we decided to cheat, hoping that the fat would help get things going, and it did. Adding the chocolate and cocoa butter in small batches, the concher finally whirred to life. Now, for a 65% dark chocolate, that meant obviously 65% cacao at 750 grams, 5% cocoa butter, 55 grams, and the rest is sugar, which we'll add after these guys get to know each other for about 4 hours. Now, I can't recommend what I'm doing for safety and legal reasons, but we're taping down the 45-minute maximum timer on this concher and leaving this device to its own devices for 4 hours before adding any sugar. Now, I had never used one of these things before, so I was surprised to find that after the allotted time, it had rendered our cocoa solids and fats into an incredibly smooth liquid. It already looked and tasted like 100% baking chocolate, but we want to eat this stuff, so we gotta add sugar. 30% of the total weight is about 350 grams of superfine sugar, added slowly through the sugar feed hole thing. Now, the chocolate's texture might have seemed very nearly done, but this thing was only getting started, gearing up to grind for another 20 hours. Apparently, this not only makes the chocolate super smooth, but develops its flavor. The next morning, and it's not quite done yet, but I wanted to come downstairs and give it a taste. And at this point, it is untempered chocolate, which is kind of magic to see happen from its original bean state. But how does it taste? And the answer is, and I might be biased here, really, really good. It's rich and deep and not too sweet and pronouncedly
I can imagine.
I'm all dressed for work, and the chocolate has passed the 20-hour mark. And at this point, it's clocking about 110 degrees Fahrenheit, a perfect place to start the tempering process. Now we want to slowly
Ooh.
2 ways. First, by pouring it into a large stainless steel bowl where we can agitate and aerate.
I am glad I'm not doing
And
this.
this
I'm glad I
is
just...
cheating, but we need some seed chocolate. That is a handful of chocolate that's
Oh.
already been tempered so that it contains the precious crystals necessary to make our chocolate set, shiny, and
I can understand what he's doing. In a sense, that also reminds me of... Okay. Hear me out, guys. Apparently, there's an infinite yogurt glitch, right? All you literally need is... All you need is tempered hot milk, and a spoonful of yogurt culture from already existing yogurt, and you can just have... You could just create yogurt for life. This kind of reminds me of that.
Be at room temperature. So after adding 10 to 20% of the chocolate's weight in seed chocolate, we're stirring the chocolate constantly and spiritedly, especially once the chocolate starts dropping below 94 degrees Fahrenheit, as this is where crystals begin to grow. If your seed chocolate isn't fully melted, you can place it over a pot of simmering water, but just make sure not to let it exceed 94. This is a pretty long and arduous process, so it's a good idea every once in a while to do a tempered test, coating the end of a butter knife or tiny offset spatula with a thin layer of chocolate every 5 minutes, letting it sit at room temperature for another 5 minutes to see how your crystals are developing. You can see the improvement in the temperature from left to right that resulted from nothing more than time and agitation. At long last, once the chocolate is tempered, it's finally time to turn it into chocolate bars. Spreading the chocolate evenly over a polymer.
This requires a lot of patience.
Scraping off the excess back into the bowl to flatten out the top. Don't worry, we obviously saved all the extra. And I plan on eating all of it over the next 7 days at most. And then to coax out any hidden bubbles underneath the surface of the chocolate, we're going to whack it many, many times as hard as we can without breaking the mold against the tabletop, before stepping aside and letting the crystals do their thing for at least 2 hours. And optionally, this is a point where you can add stuff like salt. After all, nowadays you can buy almost any dessert with extra salt sprinkled on it. 4 hours later, just to be safe, I'm finally going to unmold my bars. Looks like our temper was effective and the chocolate bars have set, so time to turn them out onto a sheet pan and take a look. And unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of moisture got into the mold before we poured in the chocolate, resulting in a slight bloom on its surface. But this is easily remedied by very carefully painting the chocolate with a torch. If you heat it above 94 degrees, it will go out of temper, so be very super careful. And there you have it, chocolate from scratch. It might not be totally
man.
It's as close as we could legally get. All that's left now is some arts and crafts to make it look like the bars from SpongeBob. I'm starting with gold foil wrapped around the chocolate itself, blue foil around that, red foil stripe on top of that, yada yada yada. I got to play with a glue stick for the first time in a while. And while it might only be a cartoonish approximation of a cartoon, there you have it. Chocolate from SpongeBob. Look, it even matches the reference photo on Kendall's laptop. Now I just gotta make the same face. There it is. And as we all know, expecting candy bar salesman would be caught dead without one of these. What is it? It's a candy bar bag, you knucklehead. So when you're carrying your candy bars from... oh, wait a second. Hold on. I forgot about the candy bar bag. In here, we should have... there we go. There's the good stuff. Thank you guys so much for helping the BC
That's funny.
million subscribers. While I got you here and while we're celebrating, I'm very excited to announce the new Basics with Babish cookbook is coming out October 17th and
Hey,
live on Amazon.
Let's go, cookbook.
I've been writing it for the past year and a half, and it's more than just a cookbook. It's a celebration of mistakes, how to make them, how to brush them off, and how to learn from them. Check out the link in the video description to pre-order your copy on Amazon today. And thanks again to Cash App. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting.
10 million subscribers, this guy. That is such a huge milestone for him. Wow. And to think it's been like some time ago since I watched his channel. Great job, great job. Well deserved, honestly. And that latest episode definitely is well deserved of all the effort he put into it. Speaking of effort, let's make some effort to... Wait. Let's make some effort to do the next part of the event story. We will have all the event story done by the end of Sunday night. Latest. And then I need to do... I should finish at least 1 or 2 of the minigames. Yeah, at least 1 or 2 of the minigames. Oh, there she is. Oh, we can literally just talk to her. I don't have a particular photo.
Sucrose, we're here!
Once again, I shall move my captions over here.
Oh, Traveler, Paimon. I only just arrived myself, so I'm still getting ready. Ah, and Kale just passed by a moment ago. She said she had some things to sort out at the inn where she's staying, but she'll meet up with us when she's done. Apparently, Tainari and Sino both went out, but she stayed behind because she wanted to help us.
And how is progress?
Not too bad. After reviewing it again with fresh eyes, I came up with a new theory which seems to hold some water. I'll attempt to explain it as simply as I can. I believe that each of the 4 things in the prophecy refers to a different field of knowledge. So, in a way, the prophecy is a test of the reader's intelligence. But it's unlikely for any one person to have expertise in all these different areas. So I suggest that we seek out one expert from each and get their opinion. Also, in 2 out of the 4 areas, the prophecy seems to want us to find specific people. It may even turn out that the people themselves are the answers.
So it sounds like we should put our heads together and list out the people who can help us.
Exactly. I think we can go through each riddle in turn and generate 4 groups of names to match the 4 questions.
Makes sense to me.
Alright, then let's start from group 1. The first riddle was, a flower that is not of this world.
Personally, I would still go with Albedo for this one. Alchemy is the most likely to have to do with otherworldly things, and he is by far the leading expert in this regard.
What about you?
Exactly! You're the creator of the tetratanic sweet flower. Who knows? Maybe that's the flower we're looking for.
Huh? You really think so?
Oh, but what about Tainari? He's a forest watcher and knows all about plants. If it's a flower we're looking for, maybe he's the man for the job.
Alright, I'll add him to the list as well. On to group 2. This subject is a guide who will never get lost.
That's kind of abstract. Does it just mean someone who never loses their way?
Nah, probably means you.
Wait, but they have to be able to guide others too, so it's not quite as simple as that.
Mona!
Oh, you mean Mona? Yeah, she definitely count.
Mona. Yes, she certainly seems very confident, and she can use her astrology to guide people.
Would Bennett count?
Why?
Well, his luck's so bad that as long as you go in the opposite direction from him, you'll always be going the right way, right?
I see. I suppose I can't argue with that logic.
Add him to the list. Finding everyone won't take long, so one extra person won't hurt.
I know. Would Outrider Amber be a valid candidate for this category as well?
Yeah, she would! She's got a great sense of direction after all. As a matter of fact, when the Traveler and Paimon first came to Mondstadt, she was actually the one who gave us directions.
Yes, she's certainly a good guide.
Is there anyone else?
Let me think. Yes, I believe there may be one more. Albedo once made a set of equipment for Mika from the reconnaissance company. He's their surveyor, and an exceptional pathfinder.
That would make sense too.
He's even instructed others in the discipline of surveying before. So, in my view, he's highly unlikely to lose his way, and would be very good at helping others find theirs.
Cool! Another one for our list!
Wait, Kale should have been here by now. Wonder what's taking her so long. Sorry, could we continue our chat somewhere else?
Oh, you wanna go see how she's doing, right? Sure, let's all go.
How long is this part? Okay, it doesn't look like this part is too long, based on my brief look at it.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
So after this story, after this part of the story, I'm gonna do some mini games and call it after that. And then we should be back either later or tomorrow, Saturday, to finish this up. Is she staying at the hotel? Oh, there she is.
Hi, Collie. Hope we're not intruding or anything. Is everything okay?
Suddenly, it's daytime.
Sucrose! I was preparing some stuff. Is it time already? Oh no, I'm sorry.
We caught her off guard.
Oh no!
Don't worry. The Traveler and I only just met up. We were just worried that you might get lost along the way, so we thought that we'd come get you.
Thank you. I'm ready to join you now. How's that thing going?
So let's pick up where we left off.
Next up is the third line. One who would never lie. Anyone spring to mind?
D-Luke.
You really think so? Seems like it would be pretty difficult for someone in his position to avoid having to lie.
Ah, yeah.
Then what about Kaya? He's the cavalry captain and a rather popular figure, but... You think there's something fishy about him too, huh? Yeah, he's definitely a sneaky one. Bet he lies all the time. I can't help but agree with you there. There's the tone-deaf bard. But on second thought, he wouldn't qualify either. He talks way too much nonsense. Is there anyone else we're missing?
Lisa?
Acting Grandmaster Jean? She has a good name in that regard, but from what I know, she sometimes covers up the truth out of concern for those around her.
Lisa?
For example, when Lisa loses track of time in the library and misses her patrol shift, Jean will come up with some excuse, like Lisa's ill today. Also, she sometimes makes up stories to get Clee to behave, like the one about the big monster that comes to catch naughty kids who don't go to bed on time. Do you think that rules her out?
White lies are still lies, but do we really have to reject her because of some harmless fibs? It's not like she had evil intentions.
Prophecy seems very strict.
No, we're the ones being strict.
Rosaria doesn't strike me as the type of person to lie. Oh, Kale, you probably haven't met her yet, have you? She's a sister from the church who looks, a little scary and not very sociable.
What gives you that impression?
She stopped by the alchemy bench once, a long time ago, and asked me about Albedo. I thought maybe she was trying to find him, for work or something, but when I asked, she just said that she was curious about him because he was so intelligent, and wanted to talk to his assistant to find out what he was like. A lot of people might have given a more tactful justification, but I could see in her face that she wasn't trying to hide anything. She was just very direct and straightforward. That's why I don't think of her as the lying type.
Rosaria doesn't look like the sort of person you'd want to get into a fight with. Maybe she just fights her way out of situations that some people might lie to get out of.
I can definitely see that. I've also heard the other sisters say that Rosaria doesn't even make excuses when she skips choir. She just doesn't show up.
She's a tough cookie, huh? Let's put her name down.
Oh boy, I would love a cookie.
In that case, I think Sino fits in this list too. Ah, true. Lying's probably more trouble than it's worth for someone like him. Kinda like with Rosaria. Oh, and Paimon also nominates Razor. Bet he couldn't lie to save his life.
I've also got someone else in mind. Noelle, the trainee knight. She's a very honest person. I don't think she'd tell a lie.
How many names are they gonna give to one category?
Alrighty, write her name down too.
Wait, there's one more person. You know, our long-standing staffer at the alchemy bench.
Huh? You mean Timaeus?
What about him?
Yes, him. Truth be told, he's been love-struck recently. He swore that he wouldn't say a dishonest word or slack off until he succeeds in getting the woman he loves.
Timaeus has a crush?
Yes, that's right.
Well, who is it? Do you know her?
I've never met her. All I know is that she's from Liyue. Timaeus says that she's fun, has a great personality, and is very, very good looking.
That can describe a lot of women.
Since we're on the topic, helping Timaeus win the lady of his dreams was also one of my goals for this Windbloom Festival.
But how can we help with that?
I don't know. Make sure he uses nice paper and a fancy envelope when he sends letters to her. Help him pick a nice gift and wrap it properly. That sort of thing.
Yeah. I had the same situation once in the Avidia Forest. I helped another forest ranger out by delivering a love letter to the coworker she likes.
Aw.
Yep, that sort of thing exactly. Oh, also, I helped him with some of the groundwork for one of his research projects. He must have appreciated it, because he gave me a refrigeration device that he's been developing as a thank you gift.
Refrigeration?
Is it any good?
I mean, it looks nice.
Sounds like a no. Alright, guess we'll put Loverboy down on the list then.
No, more like...
Nope.
Okay, so last of all, we have a legend that never ends. Anyone come to mind for this particular line?
An Archon.
Lisa, perhaps? A librarian understands books best, and aren't most legends written down somewhere?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When I think about legends, fairy tales and picture books come to mind.
Also true.
Maybe Kai. She read a lot of fairy tales when Tainari was teaching her to read.
Oh,
Do I count?
of course you do. I'll put you on the list.
Are you eligible?
I prefer to read things like an illustrated analysis of alchemical substances and their uses, the fascinating principles of crafting, and hypotheses of life.
Point taken. Paimon didn't quite understand any of those.
Klee might be a good choice. Her mother, Alice, is a renowned traveling author, so I'll bet she's been exposed to all sorts of myths and legends.
Alright then, Klee makes the short list.
Ooh, Alice, huh?
Well, that should just about do it. Next up, we should go and ask the people on the list about the prophecy.
Do we have to ask absolutely everyone on the list? It seems like a lot of people.
It is. So, I was thinking that perhaps we should split up. That might make our search more effective.
Well, as long as it's not a Scooby-Doo episode.
Okie dokie.
Also, I thought of a method of gathering feedback.
No problem. We can do that.
You and the Traveler are practically joined at the hip, so you two can go together. I'll pair up with Kale.
Capable Kali and sensible sucrose. Sounds like a winning combination.
And a cute one, too.
Okay, I promise I'll help. Capable Kale. Yeah, I got this.
Rest assured that the unbeatable Traveler and Paimon will do our part too. Off we go.
I plan on starting from the person with the most defined stronghold. So let's go to the library. Lisa should be there.
Great idea.
Stronghold. That's an, interesting word to use. Maybe den? No, that's even worse.
We all know what you guys are talking about.
How about layer?
Oh, there goes my fork. Oh, this is cute. What's the point of the trial? I mean, it can be fine in this case. That's so upsetting. You can't even get... You can't even get more than that. What is she on, HP build? Anyways. What happens if we leave? So we lose them. Interesting.
I plan on starting stronghold. How about...
Okay.
Here we are, Lisa's lair. Oh no, that was a bad word choice. Now Sucrose is using it. It's all my fault. Lisa, might I ask if... Huh?
Oh. Those three.
Sucrose. Kale. What are you doing here?
I can only sucrose that they were Kale-ing on someone. At least that's as far as I know.
That fork drop really needed to happen.
Bruh.
I'm just gonna... Okay. I'm back from whatever display of attempted humor that was.
Oh, please, just stop it with these puns. I beg you. Are you trying to win worldwide fame for unfunny jokes?
Probably a bit better than getting worldwide fame for something else.
Is Lisa not here at the moment?
Well, that delivery was... That delivery was... We found a word the captions do not recognize. Wow! That is not a closed captions word. That is totally not a closed captions word. Wow.
Surprising, isn't it? She went out. I'm afraid it's just us here looking for information.
Except me. I'm not here for information. Like you, I came here for an abortive search for the librarian, who is also my academia senior.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, so you studied in the same darshan as Lisa?
That's right. Her mentor in Sumeru was also my benefactor. We were both Spontamod students.
Wow, that's cool. But wait, we're getting sidetracked. We came here to look for some information. Kale and I are investigating a prophecy, and we were hoping you all might be able to help.
Oh? What sort of prophecy?
I see. You want to ask them about the flower that is not of this world, and me about the one who would never lie.
Well?
But there's no rush. You don't need to answer right away. We're just here to tell you about the situation. You can take your time to think it over and submit any thoughts you have in written form to the Sucrose mailbox.
That's cute.
The Sucrose mailbox?
Yep. I was thinking about it on the way. And although they seem like trick questions, there's a lot to mull over once you get down to the details. A quick answer off the top of your head might not go into enough depth. So, I decided to place a mailbox next to the alchemy crafting table. Everyone can submit their written answers there when they're ready. We don't have to call it the Sucrose mailbox, though. It could just as well be called the Sucrose and Kale mailbox. Or even the Sucrose, Kale, Traveler, and Paimon mailbox.
Too long.
I think in this case, we can just go with your quick answer off the top of your head.
Sounds like a good solution. Certainly more reliable than verbal discussion alone.
Agreed. Certainly when it comes to discerning whether someone is a liar or not, you cannot simply take them at their word.
Understood. Once we've had a look into it, we'll place our replies into your mailbox.
Thank you all so much. Okay, let's tick them off the list and carry on working our way down.
Well, that is certainly 3 boys with one... 3 boys, 1 instance. That sounds like a double meaning.
Already done.
I'm pleasantly surprised to see those 2 introverts getting along so well.
Do you get the feeling that Kale's return to Mondstadt has emboldened her more contrarian side?
That's another word that I don't say every day.
Yes, I'd noticed that too.
Traveling and meeting old friends are both good for the body and soul. And isn't rediscovering one's youth while revisiting old haunts a worthwhile pursuit?
When I first met Kale, she'd never known happiness or youth. But things are different now. Her Elazar being cured was a huge milestone in her life.
Kale is a very sensitive and introverted child, I'm sure you must have noticed that too, Albedo.
Ooh, I'm feeling the drowsiness. Don't worry, we're just gonna make sure the cutscene is finished and get at least one minigame done.
From the time she's been in my care, I've observed that she's actually a very lively character by nature. But she had a very rough start in life, and it changed her.
So, might I assume that your respective claims of looking for plants and artists in Mondstadt were just pretexts?
I wouldn't say that. Both Kale and Genius Invocation TCG are very important to me.
Would it really kill you to just say yes in this situation?
Yes.
Fine. Yes. We came out of concern for Kale. She's been back to Mondstadt of her own accord several times, but it has led to no significant improvement in her mood.
Well, it won't hurt to give her some more time. I believe that Sucrose might be able to help her.
Sounds like an extension of your own self-confidence as her teacher.
You could say that. In a similar vein, I've heard that Sumeru scholars often build their social relationships based on their academic ones. Is that true?
Based on academic... I mean...
I suppose it might look like that from your perspective. Sumeru society is something of a special case. The reason it is known as the City of Learning is because all of its resources are in some way linked to academia. As such, academic resources equate to social capital. It is not unheard of, for example, for people to build a family in order to pursue further studies. But the relationship between the three of us is not an academic one turned social. We've never even worked on a paper together for starters.
Oh, so the academic paper is the nexus of the academic family. Interesting.
I would think of us more as siblings. An equal and pure relationship, unaffected by academic considerations.
As much as I'd prefer not to admit it, that statement is not inaccurate.
I can understand that position. I have a younger sister myself, and it's only natural for me to be protective of her.
Oh, right.
What you described fits the idea of a city of learning, as I imagine it. The family is where all social relationships intersect. As such, a family founded on common goals may actually be more stable. By the way, who's the eldest between you?
Let's not go down this rabbit hole, please.
In terms of age, I'm the eldest, of course. He just doesn't want to admit it.
But your mental age is younger than that. I dare say even by enough to be the youngest sibling. Perhaps I could bring Kale into this happy family to be your elder sister.
Uh-huh.
No. You will never see me admit to being the youngest sibling. Except perhaps as a last-ditch effort to turn the tables in a game of cards.
After those two said goodbye.
Guess we'll leave Kale and Sucrose to it. Fingers crossed all goes well for them. Now then, where should we go first?
Let's see them walking alone in the distance for a bit.
Let's try our luck at the bulletin board, shall we?
And they're still going.
A lot of people tend to show up there at some point in the day. Maybe we'll get lucky.
I'd be lucky to stay awake. Oh, hey, it's Mika. And Razor. This team might work out. Maybe. I think in terms of practicality, this team might work out.
Nice! Just as we hoped! There's a load of people here. Huh? Even Lisa's here.
Long time no see.
Hey there, Traveler in Paimon. It's been a while. How have you been?
We've been doing pretty well.
Look at her eyes. That's just me right now.
You look surprised, cuties. Is it because of me?
Teacher is not at the usual place.
Oh, please. It's not as if I'm glued to my chair. I like to get out for a little fresh air every once in a while. Mika's here today, so I thought it'd be a good time to introduce him to Bennett and Razor. They're all out and about quite often, so it's helpful for them to get to know one another.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mika.
Good to see you again.
I look forward to working with you.
No need to be so formal. We've known them for ages. They're cool.
Windbloom. Fun?
Actually, we haven't gotten to the fun part yet. We've been busy investigating a prophecy.
A prophecy? What kind?
A good one or a bad one?
Gosh, that all sounds quite fascinating.
I can't believe I made it onto your list of names. You really think I'll be able to help?
Believe in yourself.
Believe it.
Right. Believe in yourself. You're a first-rate adventurer, Bennett.
Okay, then in that case, I'll step up and present my thoughts on the matter. Except I forgot I'm not really good at organizing my thoughts. Oops.
You're not the only one. For a moment, I thought he also said this.
Oh, there's no need to tell us all of your thoughts right here and now. Sucrose said she'll put a mailbox next to the crafting bench, so you can just write down your thoughts when they come to you, and drop them there.
A meticulous and efficient plan. Yep, that sounds like sucrose.
I will think also. Give me some time.
You still have other people on your list that you need to go see, right? We should leave you to it. Don't worry about us. We'll drop off our letters at the mailbox as soon as we're done.
Okay, bye for now. Let's head over to Star Snatch Cliff next. Maybe we'll be able to find some people there.
What makes you think a random cliff?
And even if we don't find any familiar faces, you can see really far from up at the top. Maybe we can find people that way.
What makes you think we would go to that cliff and find people?
Oh, you're working so hard. Do be sure to get some rest when you can. If you get tired, you know you're always welcome to visit me for a break and a cup of tea.
Noted.
Where to next? Let me check my notes. Huh, this way. Got it. Kale, please follow me.
Oh, Klee is here.
Oh, it's our lucky day. There are several people over there.
This is so convenient. Everybody's gathered together. How much more dialogue do we have?
Amber? Wow, and Eula's with her too.
Oh, it's Sucrose! And Klee also spies the girl with the long scarf.
Kale, we were just talking about you. Ah, right. I don't think you've been introduced to Noelle before. Kale, this is Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius.
Aw, I like her smile.
Nice to meet you, Kale. I missed you the last few times you were in Mondstadt, so I'm glad to finally meet you in person.
Oh, nice to meet you too, Noelle. My name is Kale. But you already knew that.
Relax, you two. There's no need to be so courteous. We're not on some kind of diplomatic mission here.
Klee, what are you doing here? Are you planning to blast some fish?
Fish blasting!
Nope. Klee's on patrol with the other knights.
Oh.
Huh. Now that you mention it, it looks like everyone here's a Knight of Favonius except for Kale and me.
I'd heard that there was a very young knight in the ranks, but it's still a surprise to see with my own eyes.
Kale, what do you do?
I'm a trainee forest ranger in the Avidia Forest.
Trainee?
It means I'm not officially a fully qualified forest watcher yet. I'm still learning.
Oh, you're just like me. I'm still working towards becoming a fully qualified knight.
Technically, though the distinction is hardly relevant right now. This isn't a very formal patrol. We're just chatting.
Don't panic, Kale. Just pick a topic and join the conversation. Don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. It's just Amber and her friends. There's no need to be nervous.
Let me guess. Were you chatting about the new guests in town?
Yup. A few folks from Sumeru have come to visit, so we're brainstorming a few nice surprises for them.
Amber!
Sorry, At least I didn't say anything about what the surprises are.
Oh no. How am I supposed to join this conversation now? What do I say to that?
Hi, how are you?
Speaking of nice surprises, we've actually had a fairly big one recently.
What kind of surprise? Tell me!
Hey, what's up, Drac?
I'm saved. Sucrose has given me a lead-in. Now, I just need to follow on from what she's already started talking about.
What an interesting prophecy. I have no idea what the answers could be, though.
So essentially, you're gathering information to help you solve the riddles, correct? I'll do my best to help.
Oh, nice. I actually got plenty of those lanyards. Captions, I said the word lanyard. I got most of mine for free. Also, I'm kind of tired, but I'm trying to push myself to finish this damn event by the end of Sunday night.
Thank you so much, Eula.
Anytime.
Yes, thank you so much, Eula, for not being in this banner, this patch.
There's no need to answer right away. We'll put a mailbox next to the crafting bench for people to drop us a note once they've thought of something.
I'll drop something in there for sure.
Nice idea. I think we can all commit to writing a note. We'll see what we can come up with.
Yup, don't worry. You can count on us. But we do have to finish our patrol first.
The grind is real. Honestly, it's just been 50% less than what I usually do. The 50% that I do right now is the stuff that expires soon. I've been so occupied the past few weeks. It's nerve-wracking and I'm just losing sleep.
What route are you taking today?
We started in the Stormbearer Mountains and will end at the city gates. You'd be very welcome to join us, but it sounds like you're pretty busy with all this.
Oh, tell me about it.
No. There's always next time. We'll join up with you after we're done working through this prophecy.
Oh, yeah, so, we'll be on our way for now.
See you later. Have a safe trip back.
Yeah, it'd be like that. I would have some caffeine, but I want to give myself a nap after my daily stuffs.
You okay, Kale?
No, I think she's under the weather again.
Was it that obvious?
No, not at all. It just looked like you had something on your mind.
So that means it was obvious.
Whatever's bothering you, you can talk to me about it if you want. I'm happy to help.
Thanks, Sucrose. Well, the truth is, I don't really know how to act around Amber and the others.
Aww.
Really? I thought you two were good friends.
We are. Amber's a really important friend to me. I don't know. I guess if I'm being completely honest, the problem's probably with me. The first time I came to Mondstadt, I was really immature. I didn't want to let people in, and I was generally pretty awful to everyone. Amber was the one person who didn't give up on me, and if it wasn't for her persistence, I wouldn't have found a friend at all.
This is all stuff from the manga. I sort of read the manga. The backstory is, like, really cool.
Without Amber, I might not even be here today. And because of that, I really look up to her. I think of her as my role model, and hoped that maybe one day, I could learn to be like her.
Oh.
But after trying and failing for several years, I think I finally realized. I'm no Amber, and I never will be.
Just be you. Everybody is their own individual at the end of the day. Even if we try our best to just be someone we look up to. You guys can hear how squeaky my chair is, by the way. My chamber is still not soundproof, so there could be some echo. The only bright side is that I got my HD microphone set up again.
Looking back, it seems silly that I ever thought like that. We're nothing alike at all. My personality's so weird. I always get so anxious and I overthink everything.
Aw, Kale, don't say that.
Sucrose? Would it be okay if I told you a bit about my past?
The two girls stop at a place with some lovely scenery. As the breeze picks up, Kale tells her life story.
I already knew bits and pieces about her, but still, why did she have to go through all that?
I'm sorry. We've only just met and I'm already dumping all of this on you. This is why I get so frustrated at myself. I'm always doing this. I get into a spiral of self-doubt, and then I end up having to find somewhere to vent it all out.
I honestly relate to that.
No, it's fine. I'm really glad that you're willing to tell me all this. People don't open up about their deepest feelings unless they really trust the other person. Don't you think? At least, I think it's kind of an honor. And, I mean, you've probably noticed by now, but I don't have the best social skills either. I always just end up talking about the things I'm interested in, and going on and on.
I tend to do that too.
But even so, you still listen to me when I talk my head off about alchemy. It's a relief to listen to you talking about yourself for once.
By the way, Drac, if you're still there, sometimes Vicente stops on by. Recently?
If you hadn't told me all of those things, I never would have guessed that you struggled so much. Honestly, I feel like we're very similar people.
Now hug. You both probably need to hug each other. Feel better.
Really? Yeah. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. I certainly do. All the feelings that you talked about just now, I totally get it. It takes so much more effort for us introverts to fit into a crowd.
I would really grab a quote from whatever the girls are saying, but... it's just stuff to think about that people have already said. Especially with how, like, a bunch of introverts had a traumatic upbringing.
When you were saying about how you try to think about what to say in advance, and you're constantly terrified of saying the wrong thing and making things awkward, I relate to that so much. Oh, and also that part about studying under a genius. In fact, before meeting you, I'd never met anyone who seemed so similar to myself.
Aww.
Oh. I'm not very good at giving words of comfort or anything, and I'm not gonna tell you to just get over it or stop worrying about it. How about we just sit here for a little while? We don't have to force a conversation if we can't think of anything. We can just sit here together.
Aww. The last time I actually got together with somebody, we kind of did that. Haven't seen her for a while, though. I hope she's doing alright.
Sucrose has stopped talking, but for some reason, this doesn't feel awkward at all. Maybe she's right, and we're more similar than I realized. In Sumeru, I always like to find a quiet place to just sit and watch the scenery, but it's always by myself. I never thought there'd be a day when I could do this with someone else by my side. Mondstadt's breeze is so gentle and soft.
Hey, Kale. See that cloud over there? Doesn't it look like one of my test tubes?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Then maybe we're not quite on the same wavelength on everything. At least, not when it comes to looking at clouds in the sky.
Thank you, Sucrose. I feel much better after talking to you.
Now hug!
Yeah, it helps a lot, doesn't it? I also vent to my flasks sometimes. The next time I get the chance, I have to show you my Tetratanic Sweet Flower and my Tetratanic Windbloom.
Your Tetra... what?
Exactly!
2 of my favorite things I've made. They're really cool. I think you might like them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll definitely have to show them to me sometime.
I brought some crackers with me. You want one? There's cheese flavor or tomato flavor.
Aw.
Sure. I'll try the cheese one.
Aw, look! They're enjoying the scenery together.
Shall we go play with them?
No, it's fine. Let them sit for a while.
We're not what Colleen needs right now. She needs a new friend. Someone different who's never met her before.
I don't get it. Is there a difference?
Alright, Klee is still growing up.
There is. You'll understand once you're a little older, Klee. People can draw different kinds of strength from different kinds of friends. And right now, Colleen needs someone that's just not the same old me.
Amber totally gets it. Now what? Alright, let's make our way over to this cliff. Who or what do we find this time? How's my battle pass looking, by the way? Halfway done! Not in a rush, honestly. I'm not even in a rush for banners anymore, either. I've been doing a bunch of saving. If I run out of pulls, I'll just keep on saving.
Star Snatch Cliff! We made it! Paimon hopes we find someone we need here.
Help! Oh, I beg you, please don't let go.
What? This is a first. I don't think we've seen someone hanging for their dear life before. Like, outside a cutscene. Rosaria!
Who's that yelling? Let's hurry and take a look. Timaeus? And we also have Rosaria and Mona? What kind of mishmash ensemble is this?
I have the same question, and thank you, Kiba.
Good question. What kind of a motley crew is this?
It's been a while, Traveler.
Happy Windbloom, everybody.
You two are looking pretty good. I trust you've been well.
Well, yes, I look, we look amazing. I don't know about this pillow over here, but we look amazing.
Yep, we're definitely faring a lot better than this poor guy on the ground.
She can be cool, it's just that, all the tryhards are just disappointed with her numbers. All those theory crafters. It's whatever. I tend to, like, stop having discussions about characters recently if it's about combat-related stuff. I'm at a point where I'm just super fed up. Because I want to enjoy the rest of the game, but the last thing I want to do is get into another theory crafting debate. I don't even build, like... I know how to build my characters, but I don't build, like... I don't build a percentage of them accurately. Out of spite and out of pure masochism. Now, this is the kind of debate I would like to get into. Like, by all means, if somebody is claiming that they are more masochistic than me, I will sit down, grab my snacks and my water, and hear them out. By all means. If somebody really wants to say that they are more masochistic, then, like, I will listen.
Hey, please don't rub salt in my wound. I really have been trying my best.
Well, thankful you're alive because we need you. I needed to mute myself to sneeze 3 times.
Oh, you're one to talk. If this sister hadn't grabbed you in time, then you would have been seriously hurt, if not dead.
I know. I really am grateful, miss. I can't thank you enough.
Don't mention it. Just lending a hand.
Get it? Because she... Alright. Enough bad jokes.
Quite literally. And had she not lent him a hand and pulled him up, he would have gone tumbling down the cliffside.
What happened? Did Timaeus almost fall off the cliff?
What else did it look like? What else did this look like?
Well, so what actually happened was I came to Star Snatch Cliff today to pick some flowers and ran into Mona on the way. She took a look at her scry glass and advised me to turn back because it would be dangerous.
But you still came up here anyway?
Yes, I did, because there's something I just had to do.
And that's fall off a cliff?
Oh, I hardly think giving flowers to your crush is worth throwing one's life away for.
It's rare to run into someone with a death wish in this area.
I don't have a death wish. I just didn't think it would really come true. I mean, when Mona said it would be dangerous, I thought I'd be fine as long as I watched my step cautiously. I'm sorry, okay? I was wrong.
Oh, I gotta do that thing. Alright, hold on a second, Drac.
Did somebody say boom?
Now I will need a moment to go wide. In the meantime...
Oh. What the hell? Bro, what the fuck? You gave me $10. How is this possible? How? Tell me how is this possible? How did you do it? I don't know. What the fuck? How did you manage to do that? I didn't have a link. I did not have a link, Chupky. What? How did Thank you. Thank you for the $10. But you gotta warn me first, bro. I did not manage to get... Because you can just put stream that... Oh. Big hacker. Dude, big brain. You blew my mind, dude. You blew my mind. Big hacker scary. Dude, monkas. Hey.
I am a wide gamer.
I'm telling you, I'm just here chasing the love of my life. Love-struck Mondstadters is what the Windbloom Festival's all about.
Okay, that explains it. But why is Rosaria here?
Actually, that's also a good question.
I was looking for a quiet place to escape the crowds. I wasn't planning on having to save a life along the way.
Oh.
So that's why the Scryglass just showed danger instead of fatal danger.
Very funny. Anyway, Traveler and Paimon, what brings the two of you to Star Snatch Cliff?
Just to conveniently find you all.
Just trying your luck. We've got a lot of people we need to see today, so we've been all over the place. Actually, you're some of the people we were looking for.
Huh?
Sounds like he wants to be Thanos. Thankfully, the last thing I ate wasn't too heavy. I ate was not too heavy. It was just a salad and some reheated leftover potato wedges.
I see. So all we'll need to do is find some clues, make a note, and drop it off at the mailbox?
Yep.
I can't believe there's a prophecy like this, let alone that I have a part to play in it.
Yeah, we could see the hidden island.
Oh, I guess this means everyone will find out about my crush now. I came here because I wanted to give some Cecilias to the girl I love. They'll really suit her. She's...
No, no one asked. Please, do not subject us to your gushing about your girlfriend.
She's got a point. You don't remember what now?
Oh, you saw right through me.
He's the only guy in the crowd right now.
You said you need clues, right? Well, in that case, Mona Magistus the astrologist will provide you with a personally handwritten letter. Just wait for it to show up in your mailbox.
Thank you for the point redeemed, by the way, Kiba. I just need to make sure I am... I need to make sure I am not... How do I put this? Regressing! I am not regressing into a shrimp. Into a shrimp.
You can be on your way now. We won't keep you any longer.
Alright, then let's head back for now and meet up with everyone else.
Will do. This is all so embarrassing.
We can't have you dying on us. Oh yeah, isn't there like a couple of lovebirds over here? Oh, that's cute. Alright. We don't want any more character discussions to keep us any further. I have mini games to start. We even have another rhythm game too. I am so sorry, captions. Oh, there's a mailbox. They actually have a mailbox set up. That's hilarious. I didn't really think they would physically build one. Oh, good, Drek. Thank you so much for stopping by anyways. I could be back either... I could be back in the morning.
Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. 'Cause now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. We'll be waiting for you to come and play. Come and play. Come and play. Bye now.
Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. That was...
Traveler, let's go. The world is full of lost ballads just waiting to be rediscovered.
That was a weird mashup of music.
Yahoo!
What?
We're back! Oh, but it looks like you two beat us.
Welcome back. Did everything go well?
Yep! We managed to find and talk to everybody.
We got back a little early, so we took some time just now to put the mailbox together.
Hey, they finally put her in the game. Oh. I typed it wrong.
Gotta go first.
Oh, nice. 64.
I hit the boar with my cow. With Ito's bull. And it killed the boar and the bull. They both were knocked down.
There can only be one superior... There can only be one superior beast. Or none at all.
We got really lucky today. The vendors were feeling super generous, so we didn't even need to pay for the materials. It's just a shame that Kale got a splinter.
Oh no!
Don't worry about me. I'm used to working in the rainforest. I get splinters all the time. I've already taken care of it.
We've already wrapped up everything on our to-do list for today. So, all we need to do now is wait for everyone's letters to arrive. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you get some rest while I keep an eye on the mailbox?
Perfect, because we have extra dialogue to do.
You're definitely your master's student, Sucrose. As long as you or Albedo are around, Paimon can relax and know that everything's taken care of.
We need to relax soon.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
Wait. Actually, there's one thing that still needs taking care of. Paimon's starving. Hey, Traveler, you wanna get dinner? Your treat.
Alright, I think we have to feed the pixie.
I'll go with Sucrose to return the leftover materials to the vendors. You two, go get a proper meal. We can't have anyone going hungry.
I feel like I might go hungry later.
Yeah, now would be a good time for a break. Once everything is ready, let's meet up here again and collate all the information we've gathered.
Who is this?
Sounds like a plan.
Get it? Call it. We have enough bad puns for today.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Jewels from Liyue. Come take a look.
I don't know why I went to Angel's Share.
Paimon will have this one, and this one, ooh, and this one.
It's the sound of Mora coming out of my wallet. There goes all my money.
Hey, Paimon's really hungry. And don't forget, Paimon's also ordering for you too. It's not like Paimon's gonna eat everything by herself.
The two of you stuff your faces.
Ooh, Paimon is super full.
Oh, these two are over here. That's kind of rare.
Is everything packed up and ready? What do you think about meeting up at 5 to go to my house?
Yes, everything's ready. I've packed some great wine and smoked ham. Oh, your parents will love it.
Ham? Look, we've known each other for quite some time now. Don't you think it's been long enough for you to remember that we only eat bacon in my house?
Oh.
I must remember to get some milk today on my way home. Please, feel free to pay a visit to Cat's Tail anytime.
Is Margaret's voice the same as somebody else's?
Enjoying the scenery?
You finally
Hi, how are
decided. You finally decided to show up.
Oh, Tone Deaf Bard! Are you here for some food as well?
You want something?
Oh, I can put something on your tab? Well, that's a pity. I already had a few drinks before coming here. I shall take you up on your kind offer another day. There should be no shortage of opportunities in the future.
Come on.
Anywho, you should be getting ready to thank me. I come bearing good news.
What kind of good news?
Behold!
What are we looking at? It looks like a paper with a simple map.
What is it?
It's what you need the most right now. The answer to the prophetic puzzle. Simply head to the location marked on the map and you'll find the lantern you've been looking for. However, if I were you, I wouldn't just go and reveal the secret right away. As you've seen, a lot of people have been laboring hard to uncover the answer. A secret is like a well-aged brew. The aroma from the bottle is sweetest when revealed in the company of friends.
I understand.
Then it's settled. I'll leave you to your business for now. Feel free to find me for a chat again once you're done working through the prophecy. Also, if you have some time, we could organize another fast-track love poem class.
No, thank you.
Oh, you're starting that up again?
I sure am. Nobody else has signed up this year, though, so the duty to learn falls on you. Anyway, see you later.
Smell you later.
Benty always looks so relaxed whenever we run into him. Paimon can't help but be jealous.
I am jealous too.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, could I chat with you for a moment?
Sure, who are you?
Oh? Who are you?
That's my line.
You may call me Scarlet.
That hat.
Just like you, I'm a traveler visiting Mondstadt from another land. Mind if I buy you a drink?
I'm not drinking, but thank you for offering.
Leaving the door open for another time, I see. I can tell that you've dealt with a lot of people during your travels.
Let me guess, she comes from Russia.
You can tell? Well, we are very experienced adventurers after all.
I can. That's why I tried to strike up a conversation with you in the first place. I was on my way to go shopping earlier when I overheard your conversation next to the crafting bench. From what I could gather, you are trying to investigate a bizarre prophecy?
Yep, bizarre is definitely the word.
Don't you think it sounds just like the kind of story that would happen in Mondstadt? Anyway, that's why I wanted to ask you a favor. If and when you manage to unravel the answer to the prophecy, could you let me know what it is?
Interested too?
Not so much the prophecy itself, but Mondstadt as a nation. That's what I'm interested in. I was born in a distant land, but I have family and friends who once lived in Mondstadt for a long time. They said that it's a great place full of fairy tales and romance and recommended that I come for a visit. As it happens, someone I know has an anniversary coming up soon. So I figured this would be a good time to come here and see all the sights that she once saw.
Oh, anniversary. That's cool.
What do you think about Mondstadt so far?
It certainly lives up to its name as the city of romance and freedom.
We think so too.
So, about the prophecy.
I'll let you know if we find the answer.
Thank you. You're very friendly. It's been a real pleasure to meet you.
Oh, yeah, you too.
I'll leave it to you then. Hope you continue to enjoy the city and have a wonderful day.
She definitely isn't dressed like a local, huh? Where do you think her hometown could be?
Please find me a flower that is not of this world, and a guide who will never get lost. Find me one who would never lie, as well as a legend that never ends.
Huh. Are you both related?
I never thought I'd have someone secretly following me, even in a free city like Mondstadt. Good day to you, miss.
Well, that's part 2 done. Okay, so we have one extra dialogue to listen to. Let's go to the dialogue and then let's do some mini games. I want to open up some Honkai Star Rail, but I'll save it for the morning. Oh, there they are. Hello, you two. I almost sounded like Mario. Hello. Actually, I have a character we could bust out here. Okay, let's listen.
Why, if it isn't my underclassman, Sino. What a pleasant surprise it is to see you in Mondstadt during the Windbloom Festival.
Greetings, Lisa. Though I'm sure you've been aware of my presence in Mondstadt for some time already.
Oh dear, looks like you've seen right through me. But I was in no hurry. I knew we'd see each other sooner or later.
Yes. It's just as Professor Cyrus said. Shared aspirations always have a way of bringing people into each other's orbit.
He always has such a poetic way of wording things. I suppose that's the one respect in which I've taken after him. While in your case... Yes, it's his wit and eccentricities that have left their mark on you.
I'm not sure that describes me very aptly these days. given that I'm now the General Mahamatra. Still, if we're going to talk about ways with words, I think my deadpan humor is far superior than our professor's.
Huh. Deadpan, alright.
Is that so? Strange. I heard that you're just Sino the Adventurer when you're in Mondstadt.
You make a good point.
What do you think of Mondstadt during this time of year? It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yes, it's very nice. I think I'm starting to understand your reasons for leaving the academia.
I've always prided myself on making wise decisions, and that was certainly one of them.
If our professor had been as sensible as you, he would have had a much easier time in his working life. Being stubborn doesn't help anybody.
Well, if even you feel comfortable criticizing him now that he's retired, it really goes to show how much he's changed. Stubbornness is an all too common vice among scholars. I hope that never rubs off on you. I'm always happy to see you visit Mondstadt and experience the feeling of freedom for yourself.
I think he's always been free for the longest time.
I heard the latest news about Kale, too. No doubt the traumas of her childhood will persist for a while to come. But I have to say, she appears to be doing quite better this time than on previous visits. I suppose you're something of a mentor to her, aren't you? Now that I think about it, the two of you aren't so dissimilar. The power of Hermanubis once brought you great suffering.
Oh, there's the Anubis reference.
That's all in the past now. Besides, Professor thankfully didn't treat me like a test subject for the priest's power like the higher-ups had hoped, even though I was a desert dweller. Instead, he gave me the tools I needed to lead the life I have today. He adopted me, educated me, taught me how to fit into society. I am very grateful to him.
Oh. That's a piece of interesting lore.
You are very gifted, and sometimes that can become its own curse. But he has reason to be grateful to you too. Without you as his son/student, he may have never changed his stubborn ways. As a fellow student of his, I couldn't be happier for the two of you. Well, look at how quickly this developed from small talk to a deep and serious conversation. That's one thing I do miss about my academia days.
By virtue of being another of his students, you were as much a part of Professor's family as I. It's perfectly natural for a daughter to inherit her father's conversation style.
If you say so. I suppose that means I get to call you baby brother from now on.
I'd rather you didn't.
Yes, there's the baby brother I remember. Why, if it is...
Greetings, Lisa.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Yes. Is that
Yes.
so? What do you think of Mom?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if Eve's stubbornness is... I heard the latest... I suppose...
That's all in the past instead.
You are very... As a fellow student...
By virtue of being...
If you say so... Yes. There...
Yes. They said yes 4 times. I don't have a yes command. I should set one up though, maybe. Okay, let's... I think that's the only extra piece of dialogue we have. Let's adjust the clock.
The world remains constant over the centuries. But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a...
It's time! It's time! Let's go meet Sucrose and Kale at the crafting bench!
Why, if it isn't...
Greetings, Lisa.
Oh, dear.
Yes.
Yes.
Hmm.
Is that so... What do you think of...
Yes.
Yes!
Well, if stubbornness is... I heard the late... I suppose...
That's all in the... Instead.
You are very... As a fellow student...
By virtue of...
If you say so...
Okay, so we'll do the next part of the story before the end of the weekend. Let's go ahead and get the minigame started. I can already hear it in my own voice. Floral chess. Sounds quite complicated. This minigame reminds me of Pac-Man. Yeah, I think it's this game's version of Pac-Man. Oh, this is where we get the new weapon. Alright, we should do at least one stage of this. Let's talk to the other NPCs. Hey, it's Michael Fassbender. It's very interesting we also have two men called Cyrus in this universe. Where'd you hear that about me? A camera club? Sign me up. Sign me up. Okay, how many scenic locations do we have? Ah. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. We just need to go to all those locations and take a picture. Hey, it's Lizzie Freeman. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Freeman. This is also the voice of Yenfei. How could I measure up to the bards? Believe it. Well, imagine bards must be quite carefree. Let's use the zither. Okay. Whoa. This looks more organized to me. Note guide, yes. Alright. Key bindings. ASDJKL. Is that good enough for me? I need probably enough practice. Let's do... Is this the slowest I can make? This is a happy song. This is definitely one of the exciting soundtracks we have. Ooh, this artwork is cool. I haven't watched her trailer, but I know this is her song. Let's try this one. Different notes will appear when a note falls on the line. I played Tap Tap before. I played Tap Tap, Rock Band, and Guitar Hero. How bad could it be? What the frick? Okay. They cascade on top of each other. 6,000. How did I do? Okay, we take it. Okay, to be fair, that the tempo of that song was not terrible, so it was manageable for me. I just wanted to see, I just wanted to do one round to... I wanted to do one round to see how the UI is this time. Okay, you know what? You know what? Let's go the... For that song, let's go extreme difficulty. I think I might get the hang of these keys. Ugh, that's ugly. I missed like every other few frames. Every other few notes. That's weird. Do I want to aim at 100%ing? I mean, I'm not going to get 100% anyways. The thing is, when the notes repeat themselves, my fingers are super trigger happy. They are way too trigger happy right now. Can't do that right now. Let's try one round of this Pac-Man looking game. I assume it's pretty helpful if we co-op. In which case... I thought the invite was automatic. That's weird. Not going to go double wind, huh? Alright, let's try Pac-Man. Ooh, nice house. Alright, so these are the ghosts and these are the pellets. Wait, what does this do? Oh! Power pellet. So you needed to... Okay, so the power pellet is not automatic. You have to click it. I mean, this game mode is not terrible.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Yeah, this is literally Pac-Man. Oh, I got caught by a ghost.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Alright, that wasn't too bad. I think this minigame is fun. I definitely enjoyed it. It looks pretty quick, too. It seems pretty quick. It's been pretty quick. Alright, I guess we're doing all of them. I did say we were going to finish at least one minigame, so let's do it. Let's play through all the Pac-Man stages. Oh, I need a good long rest after this. Oh goodness, aggressive ghosts. Power pellet! Whew, okay. We took out a majority of the ghosts at least. No! Okay, so I'll cover this side then. Whoa. Oh, I guess we didn't need to get all the balloons then. Or did we? Let me check. Oh no, it's just the score. Just the score matters. They did give us a mini-map. alright, alright, alright. Oh, there's a big one. Oh, see, there's even the teleporters. Pac-Man has that. Not yet available, are you kidding me? That should be good. It's the amount of points that matters anyways. Okay, 3 more stages to go. Yeah, after this minigame, I probably should end it. Or maybe we could do the photography thing. The photography thing seems pretty quick. I think we'll do photography. Yes! Woo! Combo breaker! I took out 3 ghosts at once. Oh, we can move the shelf. Well, there's another one over here. Is it 5,000 or 5,500? I don't remember. Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's 5,500 now. And so far we've been breezing through this just fine. So after we finish this one, I'll work on the photography one. Oh, there's dark mode and light mode this time. Alright, who's gonna grab that one? Oh, there's a ghost. Where's the switch? Oh, there it is. No! Whew, okay. Let's keep it going. Momentum is pretty good so far. We have a few more points to go. Nice. All right, last one. Whew. And as always, the cutscenes take the longest to do. But what can we do? Alright, last level of Pac-Man, let's go. You're gonna go that way, I'm gonna go this way. Where's the light switch? Oh, here it is. Bop. Where's the power pellet? Oh goodness, the ghosts are on me! Aha, not for long. Did we get all the balloons around here? Yeah, as long as we get above the points. Oh, thank you. Woo, let's go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yes. We might get enough points here in this room. First, we need to find that damn light switch. Where's the switch? Oh, goodness. It's in the middle. 7,000. Okay, we take it. All right, GG's. Pac-Man is officially done. Let's take a look at our rewards now. What else do you have to say to us? Exactly. Finally, we got the new toy. Let's flip and go. Okay, who can use this claymore again? I mean, I could put it on him if I want to. What does it require to enhance this thing? Chains! That's tomorrow. You want me to fight these things? And this? Son of a... I see. So am I just low on chains right now? I am low on chains. What the heck? There it is again.
Nice.
Oh.
You know, there are better ways to seek out our enemies than, well...
Okay, so photography will give us this.
No time.
Interact with the photo taking points to enter the photo mode. And then we have different angles.
Loose. Title.
This seems pretty cool.
Wait.
So we need to go to the front of the city, and then we also need to go to the statue. I think the gate set a specific time of day. Okay, okay, let's go, 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 go.
Angel's Share is a great place to bring a date. Come on in and take a seat.
Okay. I like this angle somehow. Alright, next stop, the statue. We need a character from Mondstadt, though. Actually, I'll do a funny one. I don't know if I could do a funny one, but... Oh, welcome, safety pins. How are you? Not the best. Wow, what's up? Your flop era? What's the flop era? And also, welcome on in. Probably to the end of my session for tonight. What do you mean they hurt? Like they're in pain at the moment? I like this angle this time.
Take cover! Why do they never...
Okay, I like that.
Miss!
Oh, I'm sorry to hear. I had a dog once where we didn't clip her nails right and she was in pain too. Hopefully your cat can make a swift recovery. I think I like this angle.
Out of the way!
Oh, that's good. Well, cats are all about sleeping half the time anyways. Oh, if you don't mind, answering, how did you find me, by the way, Safety Pins? I'm not so sure if we met before. This angle looks good this time. Looks kind of okay. Trying to take my mind off of stuff. That's fair, that's fair. I like to take my mind off of things all the time, too. From 5 to 7. Oh, it's almost that time.
Come to those who don't wait around.
Ah, I see, I see. Well, welcome on in. We do appreciate your company here. Am I the only person who talks? No, there's plenty of people who talk when they play Genshin. There's always like a lot of people playing this game on Twitch, so I'm relatively surprised you found me though. There's some people who like stay quiet. It's either out of personal reason or it's just they don't have a working microphone.
Off we go.
It could be a technical or personal issue when somebody doesn't talk while they're gaming. Which I can understand too. If you're talking about people who have, like, maybe... who don't have over 10 people watching, then a lot of them really are not talkers.
Off we go.
A lot of people I see playing Genshin on Twitch, if they have, like, at least 10 people watching, they would be talking.
Adventure time.
But if it's, like, less than 10 people, then there is a majority that are not talking. I just have different days on this game. Sometimes there's a lot of people who watch me play this game. There are times where I don't get any new people at all, and I expect it at this point. It's pretty standard.
I'll catch up.
And thank you for finding me, though. Thank you for... We appreciate you and your company here for tonight, this morning, whatever time it is for you. Everybody lives in a different time zone. I think this angle would be fine. Alright, so I need to get those points. Whee!
Couldn't break the curse.
Yeah, people will always quit. If they don't enjoy the gameplay loop anymore, then that's one reason. It's just really interesting because there are people who quit and just end up coming back at one point. So it's not exactly entirely quitting, but just taking a long break. And I know people who take long breaks all the time, or just not return at all. Pretty much like those who are at the bottom of my list here, they just either take a long break or they just don't play anymore. Especially those who were last available over one entire month ago. Kind of expected at this point. Well, hopefully you got your polls ready and saved. I just don't have too much commentary left to provide for any characters because I've come to a point where I'm personally just I'm not patient anymore with discussing about combat in this game. Like, I want to enjoy the game for the environment and its lore and the characters for what they are. But then the discussions get like way too heated when it comes to not just the combat, but also even the trading card game now. So now I try to be careful as to like what kind of discussion I want to talk about with this game. And they stopped as of like how long ago? Like last year? Or like A lot of times people just can't be able to find it in their own schedule to be able to commit at least 1% to Twitch anymore. But I think in all honesty, in the long run, it's okay because this platform is not great for visibility. The other platforms, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere else but Twitch is great for expanding visibility, publicity. Twitch is not. Last year around when Nahida came out, I mean, if they quit during the Archon quest, they probably could be back when the next part comes out. Because once we get to the last chapter of an Archon quest, it's just a long waiting period until the next region. Oh yeah, no problem, Kiva. I'll be done pretty soon anyways, too. That's just how it is with this game. It's, everybody just holds out for an entire region story. They finish a region, and a good amount of players just take a break and then wait for the next region to come out, or their next favorite characters. You just rinse and repeat. Well, yeah, all good, Kiba. Thanks for stopping on by. We appreciate your company as well. I'll be wrapping up pretty soon, too, as I said.
Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. 'Cause now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. We'll be waiting for you to come and play. To come and play. To come and play. Bye now.
Actually, quick question to safety. If you're not playing Genshin, what other games would you be playing? Oh, I like this angle. Yeah, there's only 2 hours before reset. Oh yeah, I play Overwatch too. Let's see. Not really fond of this picture. That is a very specific location. I don't play a lot of games. I'm very boring. Yeah, it's understandable. I know a lot of people say variety is the spice of life, but at the same time, there are times where you can just keep things very simple and just enjoy things to the fullest when it's all simple. The same case can be applied with food. Not every single piece of dish has to be like overly spiced, Creole, Old Bay seasoning level of flavored. Like even a delicious steak with salt and pepper is just fine as it is. Wait, who's gonna call you a slur? Nobody's saying any slurs here, that's for sure. Gamers in general. I mean, one way, shape, or form, those of us, if we play at least one video game, we are considered a kind of gamer. But of course, a lot of people on the internet are very unhinged. And difficult to agree with. I've come to that point where I try my best to develop some thick skin for communicating on the internet nowadays. I think I like this one. Alright, now we just wait. Oh yeah. People can be sensitive snowflakes. I mean, I can be sensitive too, but like... a lot of people are so overly passionate. There's so many different ways to describe people in general, but I think I've like said my part over and over already. In the period of time that I've been on Twitch, which has been several years now. In 2 months, I will be reaching my 5-year anniversary on this website for streaming.
Off we go. Adventure time. Adventure time. Off we go.
And I also want to enjoy Overwatch as well. It's just that game has its own share of mostly systematic problems that they can't fix fast enough.
Adventure time.
I think this angle might be okay. All right, Hey, Wilbo, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
In the morning.
Thank you, my guy. How was your stream? What were you guys playing? I'm just about to wrap up pretty soon, too. Let me go ahead and shout you out. You finished your first run of Super Metroid Poggers. Oh, I gave Safety Pins a shout out. Oh, you do play Genshin on Twitch. That's cool. All right, what have we? Oh, Splatoon.
Let's see. I think I could film on this one. Maybe. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, we got this one. Got this one. Yep. We got it. There we go.
Also, welcome Sarumanu, and
There
welcome
we go.
back,
Yeah,
Lucentai.
no, yeah, it made up for like, our 10 previous losses, maybe. But yes, I don't know how that works. But yes, we got the 100x battle. Super clutch. Good job, guys. We lost our last like 10, but we won the 100x battle.
Good job to everybody in that match.
Evens out. So now we are true 50.
I'm running out of breath. And once again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, my guy.
I hope not. No. We did. We didn't. We beat them legit. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits, Mark.
Because, hey, what did you eat recently? Safety Pins. That's right, guys. Well, for anybody coming in from the raid, welcome on in. I am out of voice, first of all. First of all, I am almost out of water. Second of all, I'm almost out of voice. Third of all, I am Miltendo. I have many titles. And we are currently just about wrapping up our session of Genshin Impact.
Benny's Adventure Team.
We were just completing some usual mini games. Hope stream has been going well. Yeah, it's been mostly productive for the most part. Thank you for asking. Oh, and by the way, for anybody who has not yet, if anybody would like to vibe and chillax, and also join me for some occasional Nintendo gaming with Genshin Impact, don't forget to drop the follow, for sure, for sure. I tend to go live. I don't have a set schedule for going live on Twitch, but I do go live pretty often at different times. And also, I do have social media, as well as Discord. I cannot tonight. I cannot speak. I cannot type. I cannot do anything. Oh my goodness sakes. But yes, welcome on in to everybody from Wilbo's completion. Welcome in from Wilbo's completion of Super Metroid. That is a great major accomplishment as a fellow gamer. But also wonderful, wonderful to meet everybody who is new here today. And did I welcome everybody? Saruman, welcome, and Lucentai, welcome back. And as I said, I am just wrapping up my session for this time around. Let's see here. Thank you, Dory. We're going to need that. And we're also going to need to do some farming. I don't feel like doing that tonight, though, so I think I might call it pretty soon. I have to check my other account anyways. So, without further ado, thank you to... I am running out of voice. Thank you to Drac for the bits, the 100 bits. Thank you to Kiba and Drac for the points redemptions. Thank you to Wilbo for the raid. And once again, I will be back on Genshin at least one more time. One more time before the end of this weekend. Otherwise, you will probably see me on Honkai Star Rail closed beta. And hopefully with, like, not broken vocal cords. I could also be playing another Nintendo game. I'm trying to, like, squeeze in more Nintendo gaming now, especially since the 3DS is popping off, especially since the store is closing pretty soon. And whether it be from my Nintendo Switch or my 3DS library, you guys will definitely catch me on some Nintendo gaming. Honking good time? Yeah, we try our best to have a honking good time around here. So, without further ado... I shall go ahead and give a raid as well. I actually have somebody online who's also playing some Genshin, so I'm gonna raid him. Give him a shout out. He's also a big brain player.
Why does this game hate me so much?
He has one of those. That's amazing. That is super amazing. All right. What shall our raid message be? I'm trying to think, like, what shall our raid message be? Let's just say flower raid. because apparently somebody almost died on a hill of flowers. Our new weapon is full of flowers, and actually, hold on a second. Can we? Let me reset this real quick. Yeah, so the raid message is flower raid, and once again, guys, be sure to, if anybody wants to keep in touch with me, I have my socials over here. For more content outside of Twitch, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and also follow me on TikTok. We also have the Discord server where we occasionally will have hangouts. Sometimes I do movie night hangouts, anime night hangouts, other show hangouts, sometimes gaming hangouts. Otherwise, I hope to see you guys again. And once again, if you like what you see, if you enjoy vibing and chilling with me, with my introverted, masochistic self, I mean, what? Please be sure to hit the follow button on Twitch as well. Otherwise, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome on in, raiders. Let's go ahead and raid a fellow Genshin player, and hope everybody has a wonderful evening, morning, or afternoon. And as always, stay healthy, please stay safe, stay connected with your favorite friends, loved ones, anybody you trust, and how else stay? Oh, stay hungry. Stay hungry for your next meal, the rest of the great games to come for the rest of the year, and hopefully the end of COVID. Peace out, everybody, and catch you all on the final part of Windbloom 2023. Let's go raid this guy. Flower raid.